Good morning, Gillinor. We will be doing Guardians of the Rift after cutting these gems. I did some AFK star mining while working and got up to 72 mining. And with the Stardust, I bought the gem bags, and I'm just cutting the gems from those bags to level crafting. And we'll finish off these gems and then we'll make our way to the mini game. As well, we grabbed ourselves the Varrock Armor 1 set, which should help us with the mining aspect of the mini game, so that we can get the stuff faster and hopefully bake more runes. I could probably level the skill a little more than just 27, but at 27 we should be able to at least make a decent bit of the runes up to, I believe, Cosmic. Yep. So we'll have access to some of the stuff. We will probably prioritize Cosmic's mines and other stuff, and eventually, if we get it to there tonight, Nature's for the Mage Training Arena. Because if we do the Mage Training Arena, we will have access to... we'll have a good, easy early game, not really money maker, but training method for Magic. And our goal is 59 still for Family Crest. And just bringing up my stream, so that's why you'll probably hear me for a little bit. Sorry for that. You actually have to listen to me speak. I guess since I also have the level, and I believe I have the fur on me in my bank as well, I'll make a medium fur pouch for my hunter rumors. Well, making a Serp Helm would be very nice, but I have to go out and farm that, and I am nowhere near capable of doing Zulrah right now. Do I have to close it first? I do. And that is a medium fur pouch. It's nice just to have the pouch for when doing any of the hunter rumor stuff, as it is a good way to keep the fur and all that stuff in a location where you can easily access it. It won't go easy where you have to go hunt things with fur, so that you will be able to store it and don't have to drop it all the time. You can just throw all the fur into the bank and let it collect dust. I do hope at one point in time they will allow, whenever you can make your gloves of silence, that they would be able to be combined with the rogue's gloves for extra stuff. I also got some clue scrolls. We'll see about doing them after the mini game. The Varrock armor. Going to grab I believe I moved it. Yes, I did. I am not going to do a very efficient method of the game. I'm just going to go there for the fun of it at the moment, and for the runes. I don't have access to binding necklaces or lunar magic, so I'm not going to use the rune pouches because I don't want to pay the abyssal pearls to have them repaired while in the minigame, until I have lunars where I can just contact the dark mage with the spell and without any binding necklaces at the moment, I'm not going to make combination runes either, because it would be more worth it if we had magic imbue as well with the there's an East Coast Guardians of the Rift world. We're going to join this one mid-game, so we're not going to get too much in the ways of experience, but that is fine. And probably for the best, I am going to turn off public chat. And one thing I did forget to grab is the ring that you get for buying Stardust. It gives an invisible +4 mining boost, which any little bit will help. So what I think I'm going to do for this run is mine until there is a portal, grab the 10 uncharged cells, and take the portal. Yeah, I have it set to take 10 immediately. And the portal allows you to get the Guardian fragments already made as essence. Right. That's not the nature, that's Earth. And as we have access to all the elemental altars, we'll probably skew more elemental points than catalytic because can't access the blood altar at the moment. So when we can access a catalytic, we'll probably do it. Not sure if we should probably do bodies as well, mainly because bodies will allow us to cast low level reanimate spells, I believe. As I said, we'll prioritize Cosmic. Fire probably gives more points within the game, but we need Cosmic runes for the enchantment room in Guardians of the Rift. So we'll do this one first. And it gives us catalytic points. So it is a benefit. I don't think I'm going to get these stones in there in time. Oh, someone got the pet. Very nice. I don't know exactly how much I'm going to do. Haven't done this on a low level in a long time, so I don't know how much is going to be appropriate to do. I'll probably go to 175 just in case. And if I need to make an adjustment, I will. I can't access the Death Altar yet, so it is the Earth. A little unlucky there, but it happens. I knew Body was here, and I didn't know if I would be able to make it down here on time, so I figured I'd just wait and see where we were going. A lot of levels at these early, a lot of levels really quick with these early levels. $175 may have been a little too much. The bar got full just as we were using like the last 50-ish, so probably go to 150, 160. We'll go to 150 this time. And see how that affects the timing. We aren't getting many points, but that is perfectly fine. And we get points for every 100 that we do. So we got 4 elemental, 1 catalytic, and we use 1 of each to pull from the reward golem here. And the rewards are pretty simple. You can get pouches that have random items in it, abyssal pearls, which are used to buy the Raiments of the Eye set, the abyssal needle, which is used to combine your rune pouches, some rune pouches if you don't have them yet. So from the mini quest I got a small pouch, and from the quest to access this mini game, you get a medium pouch. So if I do choose to pull from the Guardian, I have a chance of getting a large pouch and I don't know what the other size is called off the top of my head. A giant pouch. And the needle is used to combine all 4 of them to make a colossal pouch, which when it first came out you needed 85 to use, and it would hold 40. Now you can craft it and it will hold the amount of essence you can, per the level you have and the access to what pouches you have, essentially. So it is worth having and getting early and using it. So I believe what I will do is not, if I do get an early needle, I'll hold on to it until I do one quest that requires a large pouch, because I don't know what happens to your colossal pouch, if it gets consumed or not during that quest, and I don't want to have to essentially make another one. Water. Now I don't know if doing this on my main has turned off the ability to get the little talismans that let you revisit the altars. Those can be helpful as well in here, so you can revisit one that's not closed. 33 rune crafting. 2 more levels, and at 35 we can access the Chaos Altar for an additional catalytic altar to use. And they, even though we don't need Chaos runes in the minigame for Mage Training Arena, they are still going to be useful just to be able to have and use as spells. We'll do body because we want to try to balance out our points. Wasn't really paying attention on what was up, and that's my fault. To access each of the altars, you must have done the prerequisite quests as well. So, for Law Runes, you need to start and do, I think, Death Plateau, or Troll Stronghold, whichever one is the reward you get the Law Talisman from. The Death Altar you need to do, I believe, Morning's End Part 1. And the Blood Altar, I believe, Sins of the Father. I believe all the other ones just have a rune crafting level associated with it. I think if we're quick here, we'll get into the fire one and then be able to take the portal. Yeah. Wouldn't have gotten to the fire altar in time, so we'll do mind as well. We have mind catalytic points that get caught up on a bit still as well. And I think this will be the last one. We won't have the ability to get the fragments made and to an altar and to the golem before it fully charges up. But what we can do is prep for the next round by placing one of the cells down, because the fire one is still up, so I can make the runes, get an overcharged cell. They won't get any of the fragments, but what I can do is use the cell to power up one of these stations and make it stronger. So yeah, about 150 was a good amount to grab. And we evened out our points, so we have 5 pulls to do at the end of the 5 more. So we have a total of 5 pulls to do. And it looks like whichever altar we do next anyways will give us the experience needed for level 35, so we'll be able to do Chaos Runes this run, if that one comes up. And then at 44 we will be able to do Nature. And it's honestly, it's not that great in the way of crafting, but a couple of games giving 1500 crafting experiences, really not that bad. And that's 35. So we will be able to do Chaos Runes if they come up now. Good lucky portal spawn location. There is a portal talisman for fire, so I do have that active. You'll have the ability to turn these off if you want, so you don't get them. I think for now we will keep them on. Because for this, it might be better for me to go and do the waters from a time perspective, but we'll do the fire. Because it gives more rune crafting experience whenever you use this uncharged cell, a higher tier cell, than it does a lower tier. So that is why we are doing fire. believe we can do another inventory, and then we will have the... Let's see if I can run to this chaos. Nope. Probably should have done 1 or 2 less of the essence, but that is fine. Definitely got lucky sneaking into this one. Had I noticed earlier, I would have went to that one, so I was closer to there, but that is fine. This is probably the last one that we do. I do think as a low level iron that this is probably one of the better methods, because you don't need rune essence or pure essence to do it, and mining that is just not optimal anyways. And not many low level monsters drop a lot. So I think this is a very good method very early. first portal should probably be spawning shortly. Yep. Like I said, to access the law altar, you need access to either Troll Stronghold or I think a Death Plateau. So while we are flying up the levels, I don't think we will get to 54. I believe it is 4 law runes. But if we do, I'm not going to go out and do that quest right now just to make law runes. I'll do it before the next time I come here, so we will have access to law runes next time. But I do think we will be able to get to 44 for nature runes, and we will definitely add those to the rotation, as the next goal is Mage Training Arena for the levels of magic, and to get Bones to Peaches unlocked for the Lumbridge Diary, and potentially other things. I'm still not 100% sold on doing the Last Man Standing for the Rune Pouch, so we might go for the Rune Pouch through Mage Training Arena. This account, if I can handle the late game grinds like the Bofa and such, and Cox, I will probably grab the Master Wand and the Infinity Boots as well. I don't know about the Mage's Book. We will see on that one. But the Master Wand with the Kodai would be... Kodai Insignia makes the Kodai Wand, which is very good. I doubt that I will ever get it, but we will see. This account is going to make me go out and do the grinds myself, and that includes learning chambers and all the other tough content. The goal of this account really is to have fun first and foremost. That's why I've been doing things my own way. I haven't really been following any guide or anything of that nature, but I haven't really thought about exactly what it is that I want to do. I maxed on my main, so I don't know if I necessarily want to max this account. If that happens, it happens, and I'm not going to be unhappy if that happens, but the goal is essentially, I hope to make this my more played account than the main is. So I am going to want the gear to enjoy the end game. but I also want to enjoy my process of getting there instead of burning out. Hence the reason on doing, not rushing to it. But the end game, don't know. I really enjoy having access to the achievement diary cape. The max cape is nice, and all those wonderful upgrades. But I am not 100% sold on maxing, or I don't know if I want to go for Grandmaster at some point on this account. I doubt that I will be able to do it as, I know I won't be able to do that as a hardcore. But maybe it's something I go for on this account for the combat achievements. Maybe it's to go and get all 3 mega rares. I don't know. We'll find out as we go, though. Hi, RJs. How are you? They do play tonight, yes. Um, you know, it is one of those things that I'm interested in seeing what will end tonight, because the Steelers don't really lose on Monday night, but the uh, Steelers do lose in the first round a lot right now. I don't know, and I'm so disappointed in my team. I know the game is all about it's things of momentum. The missed field goal at the end of the first half was, yes, bad, but 55 yards in Chicago in the Windy City is not, you know, something that you're going to 100% make all the time. So, fully understand why a 55-yard field goal is missed. Missing that extra point and the other field goal, rough. They came back. They came out with the desire to win in that second half, and it just, I just don't know. Like, if we made that extra point when we were in field goal range at the end of the game to make a tie and push that game into overtime, it's just, our place kicker has, if woes continue to do us in, and McManus has been good. I'm not going to say anything bad about that. It's just, he had a bad night. I'm just very disappointed. I'm just very disappointed, and it's immeasurable at the moment. Yeah, the Texans have been playing well. My brother thinks that the Bills are going to win out and win the Super Bowl. But I just look at those the games like the Broncos have a good shot of beating the Bills. The Texans have been playing extremely well, and they've got a very good defense, so they could go very far. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. But my level of interest in watching the games are at an all-time low because my team's not in it, and I don't really watch football whenever my team's not playing. So maybe I'll throw a game on if no one is streaming and it's on Thursday night. And since they stream the games on Twitch on Thursday night, it's one of those things that I'll just throw it on if I want to listen to something. I wouldn't hate it if the Bills win. My brother's a Dolphins fan, so yes, another one of my family that grew up in Pittsburgh being a non-Steelers fan is very fun. As well as my other brother, he is a Saints fan, so none of us got the Steelers inheritance. But my brother, as I said, he's a Dolphins fan, and the Bills winning the Super Bowl just makes him very depressed. They only streamed the Thursday night game on Twitch because they have it's on Amazon Prime, and they just, I guess, sideloaded on Twitch. So yeah, I was able to watch the game on Saturday illegally. Yep. Packers, Saints, Dolphins. I mean, the Saints were bad whenever he picked them as good teams. Whenever he picked them as his favorite team, they were not good. But they had a stretch when with Breeze as QB that they were at least somewhat decent. The Dolphins, I think, have had 1 year where they made the playoffs since. So yeah, it's been a really dry streak for them. Hello, Flyback. How are you today? What is Looks Outside all about, RJs? Yeah, they did. They definitely failed at tanking so bad that you guys got Burrow. I did not ever get to play Earthbound. Do you play the games that you gifted King, and I believe you gifted them to King, but also to Starchy and all them? Have y- has anyone played them on stream? I know King hasn't, because I don't think he will ever play them on stream. Has any of them played them off stream, do you know? Like, I don't even want that's on my search in Steam. How has anyone ever like played it? Like, who has the most hours in that game, and like why? Ooh, double fires now. That's good. I really hope that they are idling in it. I just can't fathom why if anyone would find that game like in any way, shape, or form entertaining. I don't know if that makes it any better, though. I guess there is something out there for everyone, if that is a... Yeah, I'm going to go with that. There's something for everyone. With that being an example. Not that I condone it or any of that stuff. It just breaks my mind a little bit. So, I haven't been playing... I played a little bit when it came... OSRS when the game came out on mobile. And I took a break, and then I came back, and then I kind of found King Condor, and really just started my pursuit towards Max on the main and all that stuff. Playing in Iron, other than literally going out and mining pure essence yourself, what do you do? How do you level runecrafting before this minigame came out? Like, what was the method? Was it just don't level runecrafting until you absolutely needed it for quest requirements, and then you would go farm bosses like Zulrah for thousands? Oh, I went into the wrong thing. I meant to click the portal. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about it. Like, Pure Essence is in bulk on a lot of like mid-game bosses, like Zulrah, obviously. So, like, getting to Zulrah is a little bit of a task, though. Yeah, with I know that you're not a with sailing coming out with sailing having come out, it's definitely nice to if you can spoon a bottled storm or buy one from the GE that you can do laws and astrals pretty nicely with your boat with teleporting to the boat. So that's not the worst thing in the world, but I was just curious because it's like sure, go slay 10,000 minotaurs in the stronghold of security and you'll get noted pure essence, but how much I don't know. Yeah. No, that's fine. I like I said, I was just curious on how people got the essence itself because sure you can just you'll buy the you buy a lot of the runes early from the stores and you can buy runes as you go and need them like bloods or souls from Zaya and all that stuff. I was just more really like curious before this mini game came out like would I have just needed to sit at like 15 uh rune crafting until I could find something that would drop a lot of noted essence in bulk. True. That is true. I did forget that he does give you it. I wish a lot of the as you got to the elite diary that the people that give you free stuff like Wizard Comp 3 or Bert give you the act like put this stuff in your bank like Bert does. But and I definitely understand that people wouldn't want that as an option for the battle staves. But yeah, I completely forget that doing the RD diary gives you daily essence because it's so minimal comparative to some of the other stuff. Yeah, no, I can see that being the case. Like I said, I was just more curious on like I'm not even level 60 yet. How would have I at that time done rune crafting without actually having to mine it? Because like sure, Sire's 85, Slayer, Serb is in the 90s, Zora is a mid-game boss, but even then you didn't like have the atlatl. You were doing it at most like a magic short bow. just seems a little bit of a clunky skill, and I like this. I don't mind this mini game. I wouldn't go. It's not bad compared to some of the other methods of training the skill, and I feel like this mini game patched a big hole in the leveling for Iron Men. Fair enough. No, that's a good point. If they were leaving it for Tears of Guthix, that is probably a what was happening, and it was probably their lowest level skill because it was easy to do. Oh, trust me, I do. I did a bunch of different methods getting to uh 99 on the main. Like I did some lavas, I did a good bit of Zaya rune crafting, I did double natures with the achievement cape whenever that became a thing. I did a bunch just to keep myself going on the 99 rune crafting grind. Sure, and you were probably able to mine all of that with the rune crafting pouches as well. So it probably worked out somewhat decently as well. And yeah, 28 if you didn't even use rune pouches, 28 essence at a time, you get to 700 in 25 trips, which isn't terrible. And being an Iron Man is about doing the grind yourself, so sure, I fully understand that. I'm just I enjoy this mini game. I enjoyed the mini game as a way of not being as needing to be click intensive as it is like doing lavas perfectly. So it was a nice break while I could get some levels, and I was whenever I needed to do rune crafting. Yes, I forget that you can just do the Arceus library for books to get the levels. Those books are only, what, like 5 times your level in rune crafting, though? Yeah, like I said, I didn't come back immediately to OSRS whenever it came back. So it was one of those things like when I actually came back, I was like, what is this whole Zaya continent? And I'm like, I don't know what this is. It doesn't feel like the old game that I remember. So I just completely did not even interact with it for like a few months before when I came back. Oh, I would absolutely hate having to memorize those rotations. But yeah, I did. But to show you where my account is now while I do this mining, at the start of the game, got to 72 mining AFK stars, and did the stars and turned that stardust into crafting experience. So I'm up to 52 crafting now. Got to 64 hunter last night doing rumors, and which have been good. Also did the Varrock easy for the armor, and I also did the Falador easy because it was relatively easy to do and knock out. So I got some Herblore levels as well. And I started the stream with 27 rune crafting. So 15 levels here in one day is pretty good. Obviously getting close to Nature's is a big goal, and big if we can make those before the end of the day. Because I would like to get to Mage Training Arena so I can get 59 magic there and then do Family Crest and get the Goldsmith Gauntlets. I know, I think I've done pretty well. I started progressing the account at the beginning of the year, so in one Bond's time I'm already at 1,000 total, with 57 agility being one of those things that I've already done. Not high alch yet, just low alch. But doing low alch in MTA is not the worst thing in the world. But if I get to MTA soon and get the level for high alch, that will be great. At some point I am going to want to get that rune pouch, and I don't know if I can. It is US rotation right now, but I don't know if I can do LMS for the rune pouch. We'll see how many points it is and how bad I get burnt out in MTA just going for Bones to the Peaches. Because if I get burnt out doing that, I don't know if I'm going to want to do the rune pouch there, or even do like Infinity Boots or the wand progression as well. It is 75 points. I have 4. Have I done the new version of MTA? I've done some of the rooms, yeah. I believe I did Bones to the Peaches on the hardcore GIM. So I do believe I've done the new version. I remember doing the telekinetic room and the boneyard room Uh, and those rooms were very big improvements from whenever I did it on the main, so those definitely stuck out. The enchantment room wasn't really that bad ever, and I never really had a problem with the Elk room because I did it on the main with the plugins, so I kind of got an idea of where they were. So it being cut down to 6 pillars instead of 8 wasn't too much of a change for me. Yeah, I might just do it through LMS, but I was struggling with it doing those few games, so I'm not taking LMS off the table in general, because when I do get high alks, going there for the rune arrows will be good. If I, in the progress of getting a Barrow's gear, I pull a Carol's crossbow, I would probably use that as my fire cape weapon, and being able to afford the bolt racks through LMS would be a good way to do it. Yeah, I literally probably just need to suck it up and just go there for like a few full days and just get back into it. And if I can get like, I don't necessarily need to win. I just need to get a few kills, like you said, and it'll be a struggle, but it'll be worth it, I would imagine. That's also true. I could do that. We'll do air to keep them relatively even in points. Yeah, it is definitely one of those things that I probably should do, as it is a safe death, and the better I get at PvP, the better I will feel about doing any wilderness content on the account while it is still a hardcore. So, I'm not going to disagree with any of that. Especially with stuff like, I believe, the General Shadow or whatever mini quest having to be having some of the ghosts in the wilderness as a possibility. Especially, it is one of the requirements for Secrets of the North to have done. So, getting that done for because I want to get Secrets of the North done, because I do want to farm, even though I do want to farm Muspa because it's a good boss to just farm, and I kind of want to get a Venator bow on the account. Can I get there? Can I? Nope, wouldn't let me give me the thing. But I can put that in. Yeah, practice makes perfect. That is what I need to remind myself as. Practice makes perfect, and it will get better as I do it. Yeah, I do want to farm Muspa. The thing is, I know how I was able to farm Muspa on the main, and I was already at a high level when I was farming it, so I'm trying to logically think. I most likely will not be using Dragon Bolts, so I'm going to need Mithril Bolts for the Sapphires. And for the Sapphire Bolts, enchanted for the shield phase. And I'm probably going to do Secrets of the North Muspa farming after I get a Bofa, obviously. Unless I just do Bofa only. I might kill Muspa a couple of times beforehand, just in case I want to get like a ancient pot, whatever they are that you can put the ancient essence in and for magic boosting, just in case I need to magic boost something. Right. I'll just hunter myself a Teku Salamander and get it, and just farm Muspa with the Salamander, the best weapon in the game. Yes, that's what I yes, Forgotten / Ancient Brute. Yes, that is what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm a long way away from a lot of this stuff. I'm just future casting and being wishful thinking. I do believe you have to kill Muspa with the Salamander as one of the CEAs. Okay. Oh, I would love to have a sail door. When I pulled that enhanced for the bingo, I already had a Bofa, and I was like, I could use the money for something. I could sell this enhanced for the money and get a very nice upgrade, which I did. But I was like, I could make this into a sail door and just be very happy with myself. So yes, I would love to get a. If I do get to enhance before the armor seeds, I will definitely do it. If I'm enjoying the grind, I might go for it just in general. I don't know. I have to get into it, and CG is not the worst thing, in my mind. I did play RS2 whenever Dungeoneering came out, and I enjoyed Dungeoneering. So it Gauntlet, although it's not the exact same, has a little bit of a similar aspect to it, and yes, it is an unsafe death. I am. What I will say is, I'm not attached to the hardcore status. I am going to do my best to maintain it, don't get me wrong. But I will. I'm not 100% attached to it. But wilderness content will be on the menu if I do die. Like, I will go out and farm Calvary. I will farm a Void Waker as a normal iron. And do all that stuff, so. Because one of the fun things I enjoyed during my Leviathan grind was using the Webweaver bow, so I will definitely get one of those. I will definitely try to get one of those as well. Oh yeah, there's. I will 100% admit full out that I am a skiller at heart. I like this number go up mentality sometimes, and there are a lot more skills than there are combat skills. But I am not going to shy away from doing Zulrah or Vorkath or Muspa or grinding out an Executioner Axe on the account. If I'm still a hardcore with Desert Treasure 2 bosses, I'll go out for an Ultor Ring, I'll go out for Virtus and all that stuff. So all of that stuff is definitely on the table. And I will gladly do all of that. And who knows, maybe I will enjoy this account so much I will go out and grind the 3 raids and 4th raid whenever it comes out and do all that stuff. Do I think I'll get all the... I don't think I'm good enough to get all the Master Grandmaster CAs, but I might be able to push myself to get Master at some point. No. Nope. Definitely not going to be able to do that. If I were to become a hardcore Grandmaster, there will be a Grandmaster on the main, most likely, as I do all the CAs before I do them on the hardcore, on the main. Yep, not going to count myself out. I am going to take it one step at a time, and the way that I do that is my own special way. And I know that part of my grind to 99 magic on the main was doing AFK plank make on while I worked, so that probably will also be something I do. And for that, I will need Lunar Diplomacy and Dream Mentor done, which means I need these runecrafting levels. So it is a benefit to be here. Oh yeah, it was definitely a moneymaker. Yeah, one of the interesting things is, while I probably could do it on stream, I kind of wanted to do some more entertaining things on stream, like questing and eventually boss killing and stuff like that. But I would if I weren't doing this, I probably would be doing all of Hunter right now. Because if I could get to 83 Hunter and get Spoon to find a Dragon Imp and get Spooned glories, that would be great. I mean, he doesn't have to like it if he doesn't like it. If I didn't provide him an entertaining or a good enough time for him to like the stream, then I need to do a better job of being an entertainer. Okay. Yeah. There are some good places that I've seen them that I would definitely look. Those are Frankenstein's Castle is definitely one of those ones that I've seen them there before. I just kind of wish there weren't as many bots in Puro, because I feel like it would be a lot easier to find a Dragon Imp in there and be able to get them more reliable if there weren't as many bots in there as there are. I know a lot of people say they want Jagex to ban all the bots and all that stuff, but I don't think a lot of people would understand how much of an impact that would be on the community in the game, on like how much like prices would go up on certain things that people take for granted to have. So there is a love-hate relationship that I have with those. Correct. Super Glass Make is something I'm working towards for that reason, obviously, and there's just I need to still get access to Fossil Island for those seaweed patches, and I'm dreading the day of having to go out and do desert sandstone mining. That's why I'm trying to do what Condor said and what he did with his hardcore, and do stars until a certain level, so that he could have decent crafting level, so he wouldn't have to do sandstone too much. And there's 2 likes on the stream. I know that it says there's 3 people watching. I have the stream up, so that might be counting me. I haven't liked my own stream. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this minigame first for Minigame Monday, and do this because, yes, this is going to be very good for the runes on the account, and this was going to preload the runes that I would supplement some of the runes that I would have needed for the Mage Training Arena. So this was why I wanted to do this one first. I think if you get here early enough in the stream, or one of the first few people that do like the stream, that the stream counter doesn't, the like counter on the stream doesn't update. Because, like, if I was one of the first in, like, Condor's stream, and I liked the stream, and there was, like, 6 likes on it, it wouldn't update throughout the entire video until I had to either refresh or do something to that nature to get the account to start updating as people liked it. So you both came in pretty early to the stream, so you probably each liked it and never updated. I do have 2 pouches. I don't have access to Lunars yet. So since I don't have access to Lunars, I don't have access to NPC contact. And without NPC contact, I don't want to have to either, one, leave the area to get my pouches repaired, or talk to the NPC and use Abyssal Pearls to do it. So I'm just not worrying about the extra 9 essence. But what I am going to do real quick is, I keep forgetting. I did get the ring from mining Stardust. So I am going, since it does provide an invisible mining boost, I'm going to just grab it because it doesn't hurt. Ooh, a lantern and a needle. Code can be funny sometimes, but yeah, you would imagine that they would have had it done correctly. By RJ's. Hopefully, the Steelers make it a good game. It kind of sucks if they just kind of flat out fail to do anything. I definitely am much further in the future grind anyways, but I do 100% hope that the Cow Fight Queen is so much nicer to me on this account than it was on my main, because I had to go to pity rate for the Tattered Head for the achievement diary. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know. The more you know about the spaghetti code. Yeah, I don't know who voted out of spite to have the shortcut not be part of the hard diary and keep it at the elite tier, but I definitely suffered doing that. Yeah, like I want to get the most out of this mini game right now that I can, because either the next time I come back or the one after, I would like to have lunars for obviously the pouch repair and having made and possibly making binding necklaces to do combo runes. I feel like those two would make this. Combo runes are a little sweaty here, but I don't mind doing it. Plus, I like combo runes just in general to have and use. Exactly. Like, The lava strike worms dropping lava runes, and obviously dust devils dropping dust runes. I love dust runes a lot. I'm just happy to have gotten up to the level for natures. I haven't really run into a chance to go to the nature altar in this mini game yet, but it's nice to have access to it. Yeah, and mud runes are really nice too. I can't complain. Just I one of the drops that I've never had in game, or even though I could afford one now, I don't have any. I've never gotten the smoke battle staff before, and I always thought that it would be fun to not have to have fire or air runes to cast like fire wave and stuff like that as whenever it came out. So it was one of those things that it was always one of those on my wish list, but I just never could afford it whenever I was playing the game initially in RS2, or just to do it now and have it as a kit to feel myself get it as a drop to make my little kid self happy. Thermi is also one of those bosses that just, if it's hitting you, you're not having a good time, like Calphite Queen. So yeah, one of these times I will be going to Wintertodt. I just need to get the fire making as well, because it will. Now that Wintertodd's out and I've actually experienced Zeah and all that stuff, I now kind of like the Tome of Fire, but I have not gotten that. I didn't get that on the main on my way to 99, so that's another wish list item for this account. I don't think I'll get it, but who knows. Plus, I also like the Phoenix Pet. Well, hopefully I do get it on my iron. Like I said, I haven't had it before, and I didn't get it on the main. I probably have enough gold on the main to buy it. I just never did. I'm also kind of interested in trying the Scar Essence mine with obviously blood runes and soul runes, to have a giant stack of those, and possibly doing Sunfire runes for searing pages, or just having those as a interesting way. Definitely on the Aether Catalyst and Aether runes. So there's a lot of rune crafting stuff that I want to do and get. But all in due time. all in due time. Don't know if I'll come back here next week on Monday or if we'll do Temperos. Yeah, it is pretty weird. I I like I was watching Behemoth. It was probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were going over the player made island suggestions for sailing, and someone came up with I think torrent runes and would raise the minimum hit of water spells. And I don't think Tasty realized what he's. I think he said something along the lines of that it would never happen. Or something like the concept is wild or something, but Sunfire runes are already in the game, so it's not like it's unprecedented or something like that before. So I don't know. I feel like Sunfire runes are one of those things that they added in Varlamore that kind of snuck underneath the radar. Yeah, having a minimum hit increase is such a good idea. I think they should do that more for things. It's a little overpowered, but you know, in some instances it's overpowered, but like if I were to go to Scurius right now, any iron dart that I throw at the rat minions he spawns is going to automatically hit 5. I don't think I could hit 5 with an iron dart. So it's one of those things like you can find ways in this game to get decent experience. True. That is very true. I don't know if they could do it with water runes because of... They might be able to do it with all the elemental runes. And they also, if they do it with the water and earth runes, they can all, and if they ever release an air tome, I'm sure they could do it there as well. I don't know, it's weird. I haven't put too much thought into it. I just like the idea of having a min hit increase like that. And magic is very weird at low levels anyways. Correct. With the rework they did, it's so much better. That's fair. Didn't realize we are going to be on this cycle so soon. probably could have crafted one more. I do respect all the streamers that are able to read, chat, and play the game at the level they do. Because it is a little tough for me. And I'm only having a one-person conversation. I'm not having multiple conversation with multiple people. I feel like I would go crazy with the amount of, like, chat that goes flying by whenever he streams, and trying to be able to keep up with all of it. If I blow up, that would be the weirdest thing to ever happen in my life. I don't know if I would be able to handle it. First crafted nature runes. That's very big for me. I did get a good bit of nature runes while fighting the nature spirits, so it's not like I was too low on them. But it's always nice to have them. That's why I corrected myself partway through and saying to myself, I would definitely agree that weirder things have definitely happened in the world. I did say earlier before I think you and RJ's got on that I probably won't leave here if I get the level 4 laws, because I haven't done the quest for the law talisman yet, so I don't believe I have access to the altar. But if I get it within like the next 45 minutes, I might go and do that. Here's my loot from Hunter Sacks. I'll do the loot from the Guardian. I'll do the loot from the Guardian when I hit 50 Runecraft. So we have a big pile to do. And I might milk it and just do one at a time. I saw this name. I took a screenshot of it earlier, and the level got me. Took over the clipboard. I was gonna post it in Panda's chat, giving RJ, saying that they're RJ's worst. They're his nemesis. Did I kill I did kill a woman. I see that. I don't even remember doing that. That's the thing. I must have misclicked her. This probably happened during my time hunting last night. Oh, I probably should go. Oh no, the argument would definitely not hold up in court. So I think I asked yesterday, but when you played the card for, I believe it was Spookster, to do the rune crafting in the Chaos altar, did he not have like what lies below done to have access to the shortcuts for the Chaos altar? So did he just not know about the shortcut, or did you have him specifically not do the shortcut? Big portal. Oh boy, that's devious. And definitely a reason I will not be having cards. Yeah, that is definitely a spoon. Well, if I'm streaming and I get spooned on this account because of streamer RNG, I might deserve it. RJ's told me to report the never fished dude. RJ's played nothing. Discord, applause, chest, birdhouse run, woodcutter. Haha, time to sleep, footsteps, knock knock. Enemy, woodcutting, farm run, combat achievements, purchase 10 packs, and quest time. I will take the compliment. I try to be a nice person when I can. I personally wouldn't go that far. There are definitely people that are worse out there than you are, that I personally know. So, it there is just a lot, and those people do it intentionally, and I think I have a little too much empathy to even be able to consider doing something of that nature to the extent that they have done. And yeah, it's not a glowing endorsement. I 100% understand and I agree with that. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't. I personally would not call you that. I think you enjoy messing with people sometimes, and I think the people that you enjoy messing with, uh, especially Condor, he on some level deserves it. Or I deserve maybe not the right word, but maybe just needs to be knocked out a peg. Oh, I know. I'm sure he wasn't mad. I think in when the card was played and the accident happened, I think he just I think in that instance he was angry with himself that it happened, and it was just a convenient way for him to vent his anger by, since you had played the card, that was the reasoning that he went in that direction. Had like RJ's played the card or someone else, it would have, I think, would have elicited the same response, but directed at the person who did the card. So definitely understand that he was angry that it happened, but not to the person who caught it. That it was to the card person. And yeah, you've said it a couple of times, like not necessarily to me directly, but like in Panda's stream or something else, that like he would have a bad day, get annoyed at you and say something like, and then he'd get into your DMs too. Just talk about it and say, not really mad at you. Yeah, I know he demodded you for a little bit. Yeah, I just think for him it's a little bit in the moment type of deal, and I know that he appreciates you and all that stuff. So whenever he does that, I think he just doesn't want you to take it personally and is just making sure that you're all good. Oh no, you definitely provide content whenever there's a little bit of a lull going on. There's no like bad feelings between you and Charzy though, is there? I'm not 100% up to date on all of what's going on. The little playful feud, or the little feud that you guys have going on. It just seems a little. It seems like he ribs on you a little bit. And I think there's a little bit of a back and forth going on there too, so. Okay, I understand. I was just curious. I know that. I know that he says some things in chat sometimes. And that you two kind of have a little bit of a back and forth going on every once in the streams. I just, most of the time when that's happening, obviously I do a lot of lurking whenever I am obviously working and stuff, and just have a stream up. So it's not like... So if I see it, I see it. If I don't, I don't. Like, I don't get the... I personally haven't really seen, like, the full complexity of it. So... I was just curious. Not really trying to insinuate that there's any bad blood there, but... Nor do I really think that there was any bad blood whenever RJ says that you drive a Honda Accord or anyone calls Smut an LBL. Just think it's funny for a little bit. Sometimes it goes a little... It drags on a little bit. But... Yeah. No, I agree. I think when he like either the stream that he that you got demodded or the stream after, there was a lot of we are going to ban Charzy for 5-minute cards or and stuff like that being played by you. So I was just a little curious about it. That is a way to let him know. I agree. Jeez. It is a little laggy whenever coming out. Okay, so I am 6 points of catalytic behind, but that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. You know, you might be right that this Neverfish person is a bot. Nearly 90 crafting, getting close to 86 mining, 110 runecraft. Oh, I should probably be mining. 5,600 rifts closed? Yeah, this might be a bot. Unless they really like this minigame. or they're going dry. There you go, flyback. There's so much better ways to make money through rune crafting. Once you hit 99, I completely agree. What am I doing? I ran to the nature because I thought it was going to still be up. Yeah, I know. It's so weird. Like like I can understand 110 Winter Todd. Like the only reason I could ever see anyone doing this for that many times is if they're doing a pet hunt one pet at a time. And rune crafting is the Guardians of the Rift pet is the current pet. And they're just super dry at it, but yeah, that's just insanity. I agree. I don't usually read these out loud, but like I don't usually read the chat out loud. But yes, I agree that hello Jagex. If you go and ban the first 5 pages of the high scores for Guardians of the Rift and Volcano, unless they are 2K total, you will ban a lot of bots and gold farmers. Definitely agree with that statement. I will go with fire. Like even like sure, I understand that you'll hit a lot of higher total people and people that actually enjoy grinding stuff out. Like there might be a case for like my account, my main, if you looked at it closely, to say did he really enjoy doing 3,200 Leviathan kills? But of course, it's like, okay, you look at the 3200, then there's like 2k, there's 2k Hydra kills, there's about 1500 Duke, there's probably nearly 2800 Kraken. It's just like, okay, I go out and do other bosses as well. Yeah, it's going to be definitely less than 1%. Oh yeah, definitely. You can easily, like, there are just accounts that you can easily just say, yeah, that is an account that botted those kills. If you just take, you think it, like, a certain amount of experience in certain stats, and then they just stop doing those, and then they'll have nearly 120 ranged virtual level and like 5k Leviathan or however many 5600 Guardians of the Rift KC. It's just, they could take some time and figure out where the real bots are. I agree. And it was funny when someone on Reddit found out, oh, you could type how many, I think it was, in chat in LMS, and the bots would respond. I agree. You could probably... The high scores are pretty good and such, but yeah, I agree that if you just had an AI, trained an AI to detect bot pattern and set it loose on the high scores, you could probably, with like a less than 2% error rate, get a ton of bots. Yeah, I don't know how the bots were coded to do that and why, but it was funny. And I'm like, okay, well, some of those bots are obviously like the Terminator style bots where you have to be really good to kill them, if you even could. And then some of them were bots that are easily killed, because I know I fought my fair share of those easily killed bots myself to do that. But it's like, and then like after like a week later, someone was complaining that LMS was dead. You could barely play it because there was no people playing. Well, yeah, obviously it's all the bots that were in there that was keeping the game active. Yeah, I don't understand it. I can't bring myself to figure out how, or I don't really necessarily have a desire to bot like the game. I like playing it. sure, could I be playing it more efficiently and make more gold and all that stuff? Sure. I just like doing the stuff that I like doing, and if that bothers people, then oh well. I'll do 3200 Leviathan. The only reason I did it was I wanted to see if I could get under 1k total rank at a boss, and it was the one that I had the most kills in, as well as I didn't need a Slayer task for it, and I don't mind it. I can see that, yeah. I wouldn't mind having like a. I wouldn't mind having Jagex run bots in there that, you know, did different styles and had different difficulties so that you could, you know, get decent practice in if if you can't find like obviously enough game, if there's not enough players to do it, and obviously there are a lot of players that are good and bad at the thing. Yeah, I'm sure that a JMod could spend that time looking at it. I think if they were to, you know, hire an intern or 10, that would be perfect for an intern to do. Yeah, exactly. Like, they create such random names. It's so easy to tell. Like, this person that I reported for botting has 27 craft a as their name. Like, exactly. They have an anti cheat team working for both games, and I don't think it's a large enough anti cheat team, let alone a they're adding games like Dragon Wilds. I don't know if anyone's going to like bought playing Dragon Wilds, but who knows? I don't know enough about that game to fully comprehend if that is something that would ever be done, or I also do find it funny that, like, some people will, you know, do what they can to quote unquote abuse the mods in the system to, you know, get their bands appealed and all that stuff. Like, and be successful. Some won't be. Like, sure, do I think Condor should be permanently muted for the what he says in game? Sure, but you know, if they're going to do that, I also think that they need to have a quick chat system in the game, so that if he were to, since he's a streamer, he can somewhat get away with it with the people that he's raiding with in the Baba room. He needs to have a way to communicate someone to say, even if it's a quick chat option that says Vents or DD West or whatever. I think the only reason it is justified that it is permanent is because of all of the other marks that he has on the account for what he has said during his frustration at LMS. Not necessarily that I fully agree with it, it's I think I can understand the justification of that. Okay. I do think that this this game will get us to 50. And as I said, if when we get to 50, we will do the a pool from the Guardian to see what the rewards will be. I know. I fully agree that there are that if you have the option to disable the profanity filter, which I believe I have turned off as well, that in a game where you have the option to have that as an option to have off, you can't necessarily ban people for saying bad things. Granted, I am not opposed to certain words being still censored in the game. So, whether you agree with that or not is fine. I'm not going to debate it. I agree that certain words should always be censored. Yes, like if you're going to call someone a racial slur, I don't mind that still being censored. That's 100. That's a perfect example. If you're going to call someone a racial slur, and if you type it out and you hit enter, it being censored is perfectly fine in my opinion. But if you're going to not censor KYS, I don't see why you would be muted for that. Now, I fully and 100% agree that, and if Fergo reported him, I think it's funny that he reported him for saying it. If he said it in a public place like the Tob waiting room, like the Tob lobby, and there were people there, I can understand people would report that. I'm surprised about the second one. the the first one uh, is debatable. I personally understand the reason why people don't like it, and sure, it is one of the it is growing up. It's definitely one of those things that everyone called people that use that word, and I'm not opposed to anyone using it in the way that it was used whenever I was a child growing up, and it's meaning it's in jest, not like as like if someone were like if someone's IQ was low and it was because and they were doing something stupid, sure. People using that term as a derogatory mean to tell someone who has a disability is bad. So I'm not. I understand the stigma behind that word, and I'm not going to. I don't personally try to use that word anymore. I may call myself that, but that's because I had either just done something incredibly stupid or one of those things. So I'm going to try to focus on catalytic this round, as this one will probably get us the 50, as I said, and I want to have it as balanced as I can so that I can do more pulls on the Guardian for the potential Abyssal Pearls, and maybe we get spooned, maybe we don't. Yes, I think that's where the profanity filter should come in. So yeah, I agree. I think the profanity filter. I think if you can turn it off, certain words still should be censored. Whoever determines that, it is obviously going to be part of the JMods and the team that make the game, but it is also on the JMods to make the game inviting to all the players that are in the world, and it makes sure that some communities who do feel isolated and not accepted feel welcomed into the space and stuff. That way that you're not alienating an entire set of people that could be paying customers. Like, it is there is a balance to it, and it's a fine balance, and I personally don't know where that is. So like I said, I try not to use it myself because I I like to, if there's something that I could personally do to not necessarily offend people, but like make people feel welcome, that is where I land on that. Yay, 50 rune crafting. Halfway there. I mean, sure, if no one reported you, does it really matter? I don't know. I guess it's the same question as if a tree fell in the forest and no one was around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. It's kind of that same philosophical question. Does it matter? Maybe, maybe not. Obviously, a tree falling in the forest and no one's around to hear it probably does make a sound. But so I try to kind of take that approach for myself. And the only person's actions that I can obviously manage and control are my own. So didn't really think that this would be a philosophical or an ethical conversation that I would get into today, but that's just kind of where we went. I don't know. The world, I will definitely agree, is a very complicated place, and I think I live by the philosophy of everyone should try to find the happiness that they can in a way that doesn't negatively affect anyone else. Now, I know that's not necessarily going to be a perfect world or anything, but it is what it is. So I'm going to deposit these here, and we're going to leave here. And we got 39 pulls from the golem here, the guardian. So, obviously, we want abyssal pearls so we can get the raiments of the eye set. The abyssal needle would be nice, but I'm not going to necessarily say that it is something I need right now. An abyssal lantern would be really cool. I can't really like too many logs in it. I would have to find out which logs are best for the minigame itself. I like redwood whenever I was doing this game on the main because pouches don't degrade, so I didn't necessarily need to bring or cast contact NPC to repair pouches at the beginning of the game. I think there is you can get the pouches in here, and in one of the pouches you can get a teleport to here, which would be nice, because after Desert Treasure 2, there's the golem here to teleport you to the Abyss to fight the Leviathan, which makes it a lot easier whenever you don't have the tablet for the Ring of Shadows. And catalytic and elemental talismans would be pretty cool. Because if I can pull a catalytic or a death talisman here, I can bypass the 25 items needed for Morning's End. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what it would be, what the reward the logs are, but yes, I think that is good. Oh, and a needle. That's fun. 15 pearls is nice. There is a large pouch, which I did not have the large pouch, and I don't have the giant pouch either. And literally, as I say it, I get the giant pouch. Yeah, Troll Needle is I kind of expected that. Yes, I do need the large pouch for the quest. And that's what I was saying. I had said it earlier that even if I pull the Abyssal Needle early, which does not seem like I did, I was not going to make the Colossal Pouch until I did the quest, so I can just get another one. But I have the full pouch set now, which is very nice. And I can use the large, the medium, and the... We'll these pouches into here. And decent rune pool. Read the diary. Yeah, there's some nice things that you can pull from the intricate pouch. I want to make sure I know what... Empty. There we go. Insert and insert. So we have those there. Talismans aren't really the best thing in the world, and I like the Ring of Elements because it's a good teleport as well around the game. It has some useful teleports, and these are way out of the range of 59, but we're technically 1/5 of the way to that. A Ring of Elements is 400. Definitely won't touch the eye. How much is it water talisman? Because I still need a water talisman for the Lumbridge diaries. So we'll open up these pouches. Genie lamp. Good. Ooh, that's a good bit of law runes. And we'll take those law runes. And the lamp we will put into Herblore. Yeah, the runes are looking pretty good. I like having a good set of those. And those laws that I got from the intricate pouch were really, really nice. And so it was not a bad it was definitely worthwhile coming here for the minigame. And I believe if I... Yes. I think just the diary does... I don't know if the diary does anything. But we'll hold on to it for now. And we'll put the pearls here as a reward for the minigame, so I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should do that. I think I am going to do these 2 clue scrolls now, though. Because I think getting to 50 runecraft was a good use of the few hours here for the minigame. Thank you. Thank you. I love doing clues. They're sometimes you get lucky. I've been spooned on with Ranger Boots on a few of the mediums that I've done before. So I hope to be able to be spooned again, but you never know if you'll go dry or not. So let's grab teleports around the game, just in case I need them. I should have probably... I don't think that little random event does anything special. A two-step easy is pretty nice. We'll never complain about that. And a three-step medium. Alright. Easy clue. What do we want? Ham joint would be nice. Flare trousers, I think they're called. Would be nice. Ooh. I do not have an amulet of magic before. And a black H2 body. Not really useful for anything, but we'll take it. Wow, 12k cash is more than I had before. some law runes are good. The Addy Heraldic Shield is nice, and another U short bow, which is good. That's the second U short bow from the mediums that I've gotten. So I can take one of those U short bows and make that into a the bone version of it for Scurious. Yeah, I only had 9k. Getting 12k was quite huge. put those there. The Heraldic Shield is probably my best shield at the moment because I'm still using Adamant. Okay. With those clues done, I'm not going to touch the hard one until I have a second one. Mainly because I want to have the ability to open it up, drop it, open up a second one and drop it, and hopefully not get a wilderness step, and to be able to complete a hard clue, which hopefully will give us some rune armor. Since we've done Dragon Slayer, we can wear rune plate body and any of the other stuff. God D'hide would be wonderful, even though I can't use it yet. It would still be nice to have and get out of the way, but any wilderness step I'm going to probably avoid for a little bit. So I'm going to hold on to have multiple hard clues to do that. So I think what I am going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of hunter rumors. I can do them on stream, or I can call it a night. I'll do a little bit on stream. If you think it's boring, I will do it off stream. Teleports. What's a whistle? I'm saving that cat for now because I'm going to do at some point Iclithrin's Little Helper, and that, which is a prereq for rat catchers, and I'm going to want to keep a cat for rat catchers. I know it is my stream. I kind of zone out and just do hunter rumors. So I don't know if they're entertaining to watch, just me just go and catch random monsters for a period of time. I did catch a bunch of those. I should have used them for Elvarg. Oh well. I only need box traps for this, but what I am going to do is I'm going to set up my inventory a little more because I tend to forget a couple of things. Knife, and for the I did the Kandarin Easy Diary because of the passive effect that this has, so that you can get multiple logs of wood whenever doing normal trees out of it, because the amount of trees over by like these pyrofoxes, there's enough, but having the ability to get multiple cuts down on time needed to woodcut them. And getting to 60 hunter was really nice because I have the ability to put 4 of these traps down now instead of just 3. I don't like tick manipulating these things. I've never been much of a fan of tick manipulation anyways. I find it that people do it because it's good experience and all that stuff, obviously, but with it in the game, it causes some consternation, like what they did with sailing, where people were getting obnoxious rates with salvaging because of tick manipulation, and their response was, "Oh, we got to nerf this to the ground because it's too good." Whereas if they just removed, and I know it's easier said than done, if they had just removed tick manipulation from the ability to salvage it, it would have been in a good spot itself. But yeah, I like the hunter rumors that they added to the hunter guild. Obviously, the rewards are nice. I've been rather spooned in getting the headgear and the top in the amount of rumors that I have done. They are the same rate as the hunter kit. I would have preferred to get the hunter kit first because it obviously holds all of the box traps, the teasing sticks, and all that stuff. It makes it a lot easier to do certain things, like not forget your teasing stick when you're doing those kind of rumors. And doing these have been very nice on growing cats and donating them to the citizens of West Arty, because you just do this for hours and pay attention to your cat every about half hour. And yes, I do like marking NPCs that, for whatever reason, I know some people don't like it. It makes my smooth brain happy to see this blue. Like, without it, you can see them, but they're a little hard. I had whenever I had gone, like either yesterday or the day before, when I was donating a cat, I just noticed the sheer amount of rats over there. And I'm like, yeah, I understand why they want cats. I know it. I just like it. Like, I have obviously the ability to highlight them, but I also have the ability to change the colors on each of the individual like mobs. Like, obviously these will all be blue, but like the sunlight moths that are over here, which are moths, are just extremely hard to see in general. I have the sunlight moths in like an orange over there. It just makes me a little happy. Yeah, I agree. That is the reason why the cats are there. They like the cats. And I like that they did death runes. Not necessarily because it is, like, obviously 200 death runes for a low level account. Pretty good. But it just kind of fits that they're death runes because of where the that they're right essentially next to the death altar for rune crafting. Yeah, I've been using less obnoxious colors for newer things that I mark, because obviously this is set to like high. I didn't change its opacity from like 255. I've been using a little more opaque things and some of the more recent stuff that I've been doing to make it obvious that they're tagged, but it's still easy to see. Less obvious. But yeah, like at this angle, they're pretty easy to see, but whenever you pull them up, they get a little harder. So I'm also colorblind. Probably I might be a little colorblind because I was watching, I think, the most recent Josh Isn't Gaming video, and he said he did his graph in orange, and for the I could swear the graph that he did in orange in that episode, I couldn't see the orange. Like, either he was trolling and saying orange, or I was just colorblind and could not tell it was orange. Hopefully my boss log on this account will look a little better than this at some point. Maybe not as much Leviathan. I believe the drop rate for the special tail is 1 in 50 here. 1 in 100 for the dry protection. Which, these aren't terrible experience. I reset my experience per hour, and in the 50 I've caught, it's like 60k per hour. So, it's definitely not the worst. It's better than the runecrafting I was getting at Guardians of the Rift. And that's magpies. I believe magpie imps have good drops on their table, which is good. I could use some. Yeah, I did. I remember when the farmers were just starting up their current series right now, and they have a lot of fans, obviously, and just Curtis being able to get call outs for Dragon Imps is something I'm a little jealous of. Oh boys, yeah, you are a legend, Flyback. Like, I fully love playing on Total Worlds, and I can't wait to get to 1500 so I can start playing on that one exclusively. I could. I could offer a bounty in the CC. I feel like that somewhat defeats the purpose, though. So I won't. But if I do guest in the CC and someone says it, I will definitely claim it. Oh yeah, I think it's fair too. I want to see if I can find my own, but if I get desperate, I will put a bounty out there. I kind of want to keep the spirit of the game the way it is, but yeah, I fully agree that it could be as emergent as you want it to be. It probably would be quicker to monastery teleport. But I like taking my boy. Yeah. I know they're quite rare. I think at some point I will come over here and do this for the fletching minigame. I do have the ability to do willows right now. The knife would be cool, and so would the bowstring spools. Because while doing this game, you can get the bales of flax and just have. I believe you can put the bowstring in the little bundles of flax in your inventory and the bowstring spool and just spin away AFK. Yeah, I did it a little bit on the main just to get the collection logs. I know you could. Yeah, and I know you're pointing it out. I just found out that they were here in Varlamore, and I was like, you know, that's a pretty cool spot to put them and do that. So I figured I kind of like going there. I've been pretty lucky on the bone shards. I obviously got the 43 and did the His Faithful Servant for the 47. But yeah, I've also been somewhat lucky on the herbs. I've gotten 20 Renars now from this as well, so. Yeah, I like the Fremnik region is very fun. I have a feeling that is probably where I'm going to die, because I'm going to probably try to do the Berserker Ring, and I have attempted to do my due diligence, but I am not good at setting up that room, even on my main. So I probably will end up dying in the DK's room. I'm definitely going to bring my main there and go in there first on that. Oh, that would be pretty cool. I think that would be fun. I definitely like that idea, Flyback. I agree that I definitely feel like their magics would be very beneficial. Not beneficial, like work hand in hand with each other. fail this, we're going to open it so it goes automatically in there. Not trying to barehand them. Yeah, I haven't investigated the bots thing. I am, like I said, I am actually genuinely terrible at getting into that room and not dying on my main whenever I would have a Slayer task. So, I am genuinely terrible at it, and I probably would do it on my main to go in first and kill them to make sure it's safe, but it's going to definitely take me a few attempts. And honestly, I might literally, before I do it, go out and grab myself the agility requirement to take the shortcut, or even just boost for the shortcut. Because that shortcut is extremely nice. Red salamanders are big. Yeah, whenever I go and do the Berserker, I'm just going to do Rex. Yeah, I think with how the Moon's gear works, since the Eclipse set, I believe, uses strength as the damaging factor for the ranged set, that you don't you really didn't even need any of the other ones, but even more so now, you don't need them. The Berserker ring is just enough for the Moon's gear entirely. So I definitely do want to get the Berserker. Wow. These are really big experience drops compared to just in general compared to doing Guardians of the Rift, this is so much faster. If that comes closer, I'll go and grab that. Because if I can get a mud room, I can do the Eyes of Glofri quest, I think it is. Yeah, these are still really good. And that's the item. Unfortunately, not the mud rune. This has how many? 5. And back to the Jerboas. I don't think... Why are you giving me random 6-digit numbers? Wow. I don't even remember saying how many. I am definitely losing my mind. Like, whenever you sent that first one, I was like, oh, that might have been a mistake. Like, you were trying to type in your authenticator code into something. But 4 of them was a little weird. True. Oh yeah, that's right. Right. I did say that. I think you need to be on the LMS world to fully RP that. I think what I'm going to do is I'll finish off this rumor, and then I will head to LMS and do a game, and we'll end the stream with that LMS game. If I, it'll be quick, and because I probably won't even get the first kill, but it'll be an attempt. And if I do get a kill, that'll be some points. If I win, I will do a second game. And that'll be more points. Yeah. If I do win, that'll be more points. It'll bring me a little closer and probably give me the confidence that just be like, yeah, I'm doing the rune pouch here. I would probably go until if I won the second game flyback, I would probably continue playing LMS until I actually lost. Or until it got to a certain or until probably midnight, where I would probably end up calling it saying I have to go to bed because I have to be in the office tomorrow, and I'm gonna at least want to get 6 hours of sleep. Hey Smut, how are you? You missed all the wonderful rune crafting that I did earlier. I got up to level 50. from 27 earlier, so not quite at the level for Law Runes yet, but we'll probably go and do, I want to say it's Death Plateau for the Law Talisman before heading back so that I will have access to Law Runes when that becomes a thing. Is that what you got today? Was it in your name or was it in someone else's? I will say that my normal mode top experience is dying. So I've never actually completed a normal mode top, so I would be happy to finish it, let alone see a purple, even if it is Justy. Welcome back with your salad, Flyback. I mean, is it really a worthless purple if you're going to use the full tank Coliseum or Inferno method? I agree you should never do that, but I find it funny that people can and do that as a fun gimmick. Thank God we finally got it. When does Dead Man Mode start flyback? Because that is like... That is a very interesting getup you got there. Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be at the end of the month. But I figured you would have a better idea of when that was going to be. Alright, time to get destroyed. Oh, I have 5 points. I didn't realize. Okay, we'll go for another one. I need to be a little more accurate by getting the click here and then click on the person. I don't know if I would go on, say, unlucky. I just... I'll take that as a good thing that I made him do that. It still means I still got a lot of work to do, but I genuinely think if I had lost that one, I probably would have just never come back. I'm sorry, Flatback. I am literally fighting for my life right now. I will take 3 points. We'll do 2 more games. I did 5 the other streams. We'll do 5 games this stream. I like it. It's just I need to get better. The other way I will get better is by playing. I didn't even see you log in. I guess you might have your friends off. Looks like someone's claw rushing. I think oh, I did much better than those two. This person beat me by a good bit. If I don't get in this next one, I'm going to walk out and then walk back in. Yeah. RJ's must be a little happy. This looks like the Steelers are losing, but not by much. Okay, last game I'm going to do. I am half the game's getting 1 kill minimum. I don't like this. I feel like I'm doing better than what I was the other day. Okay. I got another 2 points. I didn't want to lose on a... end the stream on a... immediate loss. Especially after doing 2 of the 4 games with at least 1 kill. So I'm feeling at least a little better with myself. Rune Pouch does seem possible from here with how I played tonight in LMS. So we'll see if we continue going on this way. Might start... I'll probably stream when I get home tomorrow after having some food. So I might do a little more while it's on US Worlds. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I'll do it on when it's on Oz Worlds, but we'll probably do a decent bit tomorrow, because if I can do it enough to get the Rune Pouch, that is a nice way to get some get that, so I don't have to do MTA for a while. Thank you for coming by. I'm going to end the stream here, and